Yes.
Yes. Hear me okay? Thank you.
I like doing that.
Recording in progress.
Welcome, everyone. The date is April 24th, 2025. Lancaster ISD Board of Trustees meeting is now called to order. The time is 6:05 p.m. The meeting is being held at the Lancaster Administration Building Board Auditorium at 422 South Center Avenue, Lancaster, Texas. The meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act. I will now take roll. Trustee Hamilton. Trustee Nichols.
Present.
Vice President Smith. Present. Secretary Morris. Trustee Lewis. Present. Trustee Whitfield.
Present.
Myself here, a quorum has been established. The mission of Lancaster ISD is empowering all students' purpose and passion through a quality education. We will now recess to close session as authorized by Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Codes 551.071, legal advice with school attorney, 551.072, deliberation regarding real property, 551.074 personnel matters, and 551.076 deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. And we will go back there to discuss 9 items, which you will see on the screen. The time is now 6:06 p.m.
Police officers didn't stop that. I guess anybody can just walk up to the dais, the boards now.
Time is 7:34 p.m.
Recording
We
in
are
progress.
reconvening in an open session. Thank you for your patience as we spent a little extra time in closed session to resolve a few items. The first item on our agenda is to consider and take possible action on other items discussed in closed session. The first item that we're going to address pertains to a grievance that was held earlier this week, and the board made a motion to proceed in a certain direction. So, board, I have a resolution of the board regarding resolving DGBA local grievance filed by Superintendent Pereira. Each one of you have this before you. Is there a motion?
Come on. Okay, it's on. Okay, Mr. President,
Trustee Hamilton.
I make a motion that we move forward with the resolution of the board regarding resolving DGBA local grievance filed by Superintendent Pereira.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. If you will, utilize your devices.
Excuse me, Mr. President, are you going to read this resolution, or are you going to wait after we vote?
I'll wait till after I vote. It should have popped up on your devices.
Recording in progress. Ms. Allen, has every vote been cast?
Thank you, Board President Jones. I am waiting for Trustee Hamilton. Okay. Would you like me to go ahead and just input your vote for you? Okay. 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 So at this time, I do have all of the votes. I have 6 that have voted yes, and I have 1 Trustee Whitfield who have abstained. Motion carried.
All right, thank you very much. I will now read the resolution that has been approved by the board. Resolution of board regarding resolving DGBA local grievance filed by Superintendent Pereira. Whereas the board is charged by Texas Education Code 11.051A1 with responsibility to oversee the management of the district. And whereas Article 127 of the Texas Constitution requires the board provide its constituents with the right to petition the district for a redress or grievances. And whereas in carrying out its responsibilities, the Board of Trustees has adopted District Policy DGBA Local, which provides a procedure for Lancaster ISD employees to seek redress of grievances arising out of their employment, and whereas on March 19th, 2025, Superintendent Pereira filed an employee grievance pursuant to District Policy DGBA Local, complaining of the conduct of Trustee Whitfield and its impact on the performance of her duties as superintendent. And whereas Trustee Whitfield was given written notice that a hearing on Superintendent Pereira's grievance would be held on April 21st, 2025, and whereas both the grievant and Trustee Whitfield were given notice of the time and place of the grievance hearing, as well as the opportunity to marshal documentary evidence in support of their position. And whereas at the hearing on April 21st, 2025, both grievant and Trustee Whitfield were afforded the opportunity to present their respective positions and did so. And whereas after the close of the evidence at the hearing, the board sought and obtained legal advice from board counsel with respect to the matters before them. And whereas the board has carefully considered the facts and law presented to them prior to taking action in the matter. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of Lancaster Independent School District that 1, the board finds that recitals set forth above are found by the board to be true and correct. 2, the board finds the allegations made by Dr. Pereira and her grievance that Trustee Whitfield has created a hostile work environment for both Dr. Pereira and her staff by making unreasonable demands for information, leveling charges of misconduct without proof or foundation, and causing the expenditure of large amounts of district resources in order to respond to Trustee Whitfield's disruptive behaviors, as described in Superintendent Pereira's March 19th grievance, are true and correct. Number 3, because of the findings summarized in paragraph 2 above, the board grants the grievance of Dr. Pereira's grievance and takes the following actions as direct result of those findings. A, Dr. Pereira's request for a resolution of support and her leadership despite the spurious allegations of Trustee Whitfield is granted. The board commends Superintendent Pereira for her diligent and effective leadership of Lancaster ISD and thanks her for her service. The board has considered and takes action to refer Trustee Whitfield to the Dallas County District Attorney's Office for possible removal from office under Chapter 87, Texas Local Government Code. The board hereby directs its legal counsel to prepare and submit a referral of Trustee Whitfield to the District Attorney's Office concerning the conduct detailed in Dr. Pereira's grievance dated March 19, 2025. The board has concluded that said conduct constitutes gross ignorance of official duties, gross negligence in the discharge of those duties, and willful, unlawful actions in connection with her official responsibilities. C, Dr. Pereira's request that the board consider the reimbursement of attorney's fees incurred in the prosecution of her grievance is taken under advisement and will be considered by the board in its next available board meeting. Adopted this 24th day of April 2025 by the Lancaster ISD Board of Trustees, signed by Ty G. Jones, President, attested by Carolyn A. Morris, Secretary. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I just wanted to extend, on behalf of my staff and myself, a thank you to the board for the continued support throughout this situation, and hopefully we can move forward, grace and kindness, to ensure that we are doing the work that we are all put here to do is to serve our students and not the wishes of individuals.
Right. Thank you much. The next item on our agenda is 4.2, possible action of the approval of employment contracts for the 2025-2026 school year. Dr. Pereira.
Yes, thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Dr. Gray to present that information to our community and to our board. And to be prepared to answer any questions.
questions at this point? If not, is there a motion? Again,
Board President, I make a motion to approve employment contracts as presented by Dr. Gray for the 25-26 school year.
okay, we have a motion by Trustee Cluis,
A second.
second by Vice President Smith. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, check your devices to cast your votes.
Board President Jones, the votes have been tallied, and so you have 6 that are in favor in regards to the 25-26 contracts, and on behalf of Trustee Whitfield, she has abstained. Motion carried.
Okay, thank you very much. The
Trustee Jones?
Trustee Whitfield.
Unfortunately, I was not able to obtain the list and it was not uploaded. Is that not public information?
It is not.
Okay.
Next item will be 4.3, discussion and possible action concerning possible proposed non-renewals of term contract employees and termination at the end of the contract for non-Chapter 21 employees. Dr. Pereira.
Yes, thank you, President Jones. Dr. Gray is at the podium to share that information with our board and our community. Dr. Gray, the floor is yours.
That information, Board President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Pereira, good evening. That information was presented in closed session for your consideration.
Okay, information has been presented to us in closed. Is there a motion? Yes, sir, 4.3.
Board President, I make a motion to renew the non-Chapter 21 employee contracts
Second.
for 25-26 school year.
Second.
Actually, we're happy to modify that motion and just go with our move and then start with the language possible.
We just did it, that's the podium.
Okay. So I move to take possible action on the non-renewal contracts for the term year of employees and termination at the end of the contract of the non-Chapter 21 employees. Did that?
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Cluis, second by Vice President Smith. Is there any need for discussion? Okay, hearing none, check your devices for your votes.
I'm not getting the option to vote.
Refresh your screen. Actually pull down from the top.
Thank you, Board President Jones. At this time, I have 6 that have voted yes, and we have 1 that have abstained. Trustee Whitfield, motion carries.
Right, thank you. Next item we have is discussion and possible action of personnel updates and employment of administrative personnel and employment of instructional personnel and non-Chapter 21 personnel. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to go forward and have Mr. Gray present that information to our
Board of
board and our community. Thank you, Dr. Gray. The floor is yours.
Board of Trustees, President Jones, Superintendent Pereira, good evening. For 4.4, we have no employment personnel updates of administrative personnel.
No updates. All right.
Okay.
I should have skipped that one, my apologies. All right, the next item we're gonna consider is 4.5, consideration and approval of term contract employment areas for reduction in force. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you again, President Jones. Dr. Gray, no surprise, is here to share that information with our community and our board. Dr. Gray, the floor is yours.
Board President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Pereira, good evening. After a careful consideration of the different positions, we are asking for a consideration for a reduction in force for the positions that were discussed in closed session.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Gray. This is an item that requires motion. Do I have a motion?
Board President, I'll make a motion to consider the approval of term contract employment areas for reduction in force.
Second.
Okay, motion was made by Trustee Cluis, second by Vice President Smith. Any discussion? Hearing none, please check your screens to cast your votes.
Thank you, Board President Jones. We have 6 that have voted in favor in regards to the reduction in force, and we have 1 that have abstained. Trustee Whitfield.
All right, motion carries. The next item on our agenda is consider and possible consent to sell. Thank you very much, Dr. Gray. My apologies. 4.6, consider and possible consent to sell foreclosed share sales of real property. Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, Sampson, LLP. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Ms. Dana Shaw-Mosley to present information to our board and to our community. Ms. Mosley, the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board President, board members. I'm asking for possible approval of the sale of the 3 properties presented. The motion must be read for each property, and you have to take your vote. The district recommends, yes, we want to proceed with the sheriff's sale, and no, we are not willing to have the property struck off to us.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Shaw-Mosley, so for property 1, is there a motion?
Mr. President,
Vice President Smith.
I move that we accept the district's recommendation. And yes, we want to proceed with the sheriff's sale. And no, we are not willing to have this property struck off to us for property 1.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion? If not, check your screens to cast your vote for property 1.
Thank you, Board President Jones. We have 6 that have voted yes, and we have 1 who have abstained. Trustee Whitfield, motion carried.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Next, we'll require a motion for property 2.
Mr. President,
Vice President Smith.
I move that for property 2, we accept the district's recommendation. Yes, we want to proceed with the sheriff's sale. And no, we are not willing to have this property struck off to us.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Vice President Smith, seconded by Trustee Nichols. If there's any discussion, hearing none, check your devices to cast your votes.
Thank you, Board President Jones. We have 6 that have voted yes, and on behalf of Trustee Whitfield, she has abstained. Motion carried.
Thank you very much. We have 1 more, property 3. Is there a motion?
Mr. President,
Vice President Smith.
I motion that for property 3, we accept the district's recommendation. Yes, we want to proceed with the sheriff's sale. And no, we are not willing to have this property struck off to us.
Second.
Been properly moved and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please check your devices to cast your votes.
Thank you, Board President Jones. We have 6 that have voted yes, 1 who has abstained. Trustee Whitfield, motion carried.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shaw Mosley. The next item we have on our agenda is opening ceremonies. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Ms. Kimberly Simpson to the podium to introduce our young guests, young scholars to our board, and other recognitions and awards.
Good evening, Board President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Pereira. This evening, I'm going to welcome our students from Pleasant Run Elementary. Thank you, Pleasant Run Elementary.
All right, the next item on our agenda is recognitions and commendations. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you again, President Jones. Ms. Kimberly Simpson, again, will share that information with our board and our community.
Thank you, Board President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Pereira. This evening, unfortunately, we must start off with a bit of sad news. We must announce the passing of Lancaster High School student Keandre Randall. Keandre was a cherished member of the Lancaster High School Life Skills classroom, where he brought joy, warmth, and inspiration to everyone fortunate to know him. He demonstrated strength, resilience, and a beautiful spirit that touched the hearts of his classmates and teachers. Please keep Keandre's family, classmates, and teachers in your prayers. And at this time, we will have a moment of silence. Thank you. Moving on with our board acknowledgements this month is Autism Awareness Month. Notice a lot of people have on blue today, and we are doing that to raise awareness and understanding about autism spectrum disorder. We encourage everyone to learn more about ASD and proudly show support like we are doing this evening with our blue ribbons and shades of blue that we are wearing. And of course, we have some recognition days to highlight. This month, we've celebrated National Assistant Principals Week, Paraprofessional Appreciation Day, School Librarian Appreciation Day, National Telecommunicators Day, School Bus Driver Day, National Administrative Professionals Day, and Public School Volunteer Week. We enjoy recognizing and celebrating all of our employees and volunteers. And we have been busy in Lancaster ISD. Our Special Education Department hosted the 14th Annual Special Olympic Track and Field Meet featuring teams from 7 schools. The event kicked off with an opening ceremony, including a warm welcome from our superintendent, followed by a parade of the participating teams. Job well done to our Special Education Director, Executive Director, Ms. Crystal Cromer, and Special Olympics Coordinator, Eddie Bradden, and team. And just a few days later, Lancaster High School rolled out the red carpet and had students lace up their sneakers for a night to remember at its annual prom held exclusively for students receiving special education services in Lancaster ISD. This year's prom was a sneaker ball, and it blended glitz and glam with the comfort and community in an inclusive celebration for students of all abilities. Our cosmetology and barber students helped their peers prepare for the big night as well with fresh cuts and pampering, making the event a true team success. And congratulations to prom king and queen Kadarius Henderson and LaShawn Randall Thornton. And on April 15th, Lancaster Middle School hosted the NFL Chess for Life event, an initiative between Chess for Life and NFL Sisters in Service. This event aimed to empower students through chess, emphasizing critical thinking, resilience, and life skills. The great thing about this event was that our students left knowing how to play chess, and a few of our staff did as well, so it was a great event. And on Friday, April 14th, Lancaster ISD hosted a fun and motivating Star Pep Rally for the district's 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students. The event was a blast of energy and encouragement for our students as they prepared for the STAR test. Thank you to Principal Tatanisha Stevenson for coordinating the event, along with all of the campus principals for motivating their kids to do great on the STAR this year. And board, at this time, if you could join me on the floor for a few of our recognitions. And I am going to invite up our Lancaster High School Student Council students. Come on down to the floor, team. So board, congratulations are in order for the Lancaster High School Student Council for achieving the prestigious Sweepstakes Council recognition from the Texas Association of Student Councils. So I need everyone to listen when I read this. This is the highest honor a TASC council can receive. This honor reflects their passion, planning, dedication, and hard work. Only councils that consistently go above and beyond receive this award. These students have truly set the standard for others to follow. And Ms. Stinson is always hiding in the back, but come on down. We're going to recognize you. I know you don't want to sometimes. She tries to be in the back, but she's a great advisor for student council, so come on down. Y'all know we do a lot of celebrations here. You should be used to that by now, but it never gets. So we're going to take our picture, right hand with the L up. And congratulations to our student council. Let's give them some love again. Oh, yes, absolutely. Remember, you can always come home. We'll definitely take you in Lancaster ISD. Higher, yes, for sure, for sure. And next up, because I know a couple of you all are going to stay up here because we have the Skills USA. So our student council, if you're not in Skills USA, thank you so much. But if you are, stay up here. Cam, I can't believe you're usually in everything, but I know you're going to support your peers. I got you. All right, so next we would like to welcome our Skills USA LHS CTE students who represented Lancaster ISD during the Skills USA competition. Our teams returned with 2 silver medals. Yes. Tyreek Davis, raise your hand when hey Tyreek, congratulations. Lakeisha Newton, Anaya Barnes received 2nd place in the community service category, and Brianna Robinson, hey, received 2nd place for natural hair weaving and design. Well done to our students for their dedication, and of course to Monica Carruthers, the advisor for this, Ms. Stinson for her help, and we're so proud of you guys. So we're gonna pose again, and congratulations to our Skills USA. All right, thank you guys. Board, you may now return to your seat. And just so you know, it's that time of year again. Enrollment for the 25-26 school year opens on May 1st. Be on the lookout for the Save Your Seat campaign. so that you can be on time to enroll your child for the next school year. And join us for the 13th annual STEM Expo on Saturday, May 3rd at Lancaster High School from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Our CTE programs will be showcased this year, and there will be engaging STEM activities, fine arts performances, and fun for everyone. And mark your calendar for the upcoming Lancaster High School Dance Spring Recital on Friday, April 25th, and the Tigerette Spring Show on Saturday, May 3rd. And the Special Education Department will host its annual Child Find Coffee and Chat on May 8th at 9:30 a.m. at the Seek Building. Community members can learn about what Child Find is and how it works. It is also a great resource for families to receive guidance if they may think their child has a learning disability. And in the spirit of arts, come out to witness a variety of student artwork from across the district at the annual district-wide art show on Monday, May 12th at 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the N Building at Cedar Valley College. And then after you're done with that, come on over to the Lancaster High School baseball field for the Big League Honors Employee Celebration. The event is Monday, May 12th. Come enjoy the new field with some game time food and celebrate Lancaster ISD employees in style. Don't forget to wear your favorite baseball jersey or Tiger Spirit gear. And it is outside, so you may need some sunblock. But come at 5:45 for pictures and food, and the show will start at 7 o'clock. And to close us out, we will share that Teacher Appreciation Week is May 5th through May 9th. There are several local businesses and national companies prepared to honor educators with special discounts and gifts. And before that week approaches, we want to officially honor our educators with a resolution in honor of Teacher Appreciation Week in Lancaster ISD. And Board President Jones, at this time, I will turn it over to you for the resolution in honor of the week.
All right, thank you very much. I am honored to present this resolution of the Lancaster ISD Board of Trustees and Superintendent honoring Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas May 5th through May 9th, 2025 is recognized as National Teacher Appreciation Week. And whereas former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt persuaded the 81st Congress of the United States of America to proclaim a National Teacher Day in 1953. And whereas National Teacher Appreciation Week was established as the first full week in May in 1985 by the National Parent Teacher Association, PTA. And whereas the teachers of Lancaster Independent School District play a critical role in nurturing and developing the academic abilities, talents, and character of our students. And whereas teachers are at the forefront of our educational system, providing foundation for lifelong learning and discovery through their dedication, knowledge, and commitment. And whereas the Lancaster ISD recognizes and appreciates the hard work, long hours, and emotional investment teachers commit to ensuring that every child achieves their full potential. And whereas it is fitting and proper to acknowledge the outstanding contributions of the educators in Lancaster ISD during Teacher Appreciation Week, setting an example of commitment, diligence, and passion for our community and future generations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Lancaster ISD Board of Trustees do hereby declare May 5th through the 9th as Teacher Appreciation Week in Lancaster ISD. And be it further resolved that we, the Board of Trustees and Superintendent of Schools, extend our deepest appreciation and thanks to all educators of Lancaster ISD for their significant contributions to the growth and success of our students. Be it further resolved that we encourage all members of our community to join in this observance, recognizing the dedication and hard work of our teachers who shape the future of our children and our nation. Adopted this 24th day of April 2025, Ty G. Jones, President, Dr. A.K. Pereira, Superintendent, Lancaster ISD.
All right, thank you so much. And Board, this concludes our Board acknowledgements and recognitions.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Simpson. Let me find my paper, all these things I got. All right, the next item on our agenda is citizens communication. Ms. Simpson, Dr. Pereira.
Yes, thank you, President Jones. I do believe we have some individuals who signed up to speak this evening. Ms. Simpson has that list of individuals, and we'll call them to the podium accordingly.
Board President, tonight we've received 11 public comment cards.
Okay.
So I will read, or unless you want to read the board meeting script, I can read that for all 11 instead of doing them one at a time.
Let's read it once, and I'm also going to request of these 11, if you can narrow your time to 60 seconds instead of 180 seconds for the sake of time. You want 2 minutes? Because we have scheduled 3. So, y'all open for, what you say? Okay, let's do 2 minutes. If you can narrow your time to 2 minutes for those who wish to speak.
All right, I will read the script for the Board Policy BED local for all commenters this evening. Board Policy BED local states that public comment during regular board meetings will be limited to 2 minutes. Please direct your comments to the board president and superintendent. If addressing an agenda item, please identify the item that you will be commenting on. Speakers may not use any individual's names or identifiable titles when addressing the board if the speaker is presenting or a complaint regarding that person. Although the board cannot take specific actions on citizens' communication topics due to legal requirements, they will hear the topic and the board may have the item placed on a future agenda for action or refer the items to a board, commission, or committee, or refer the items to staff or study for conclusion. We ask that you state your name and address prior to speaking and identify the topic that you are commenting on. I will begin the timer after you have stated your name, address, and the agenda item. You will have 2 minutes to make your comments. The first individual I will call up is Ms. Rafietta London. After that will be Ms. Romney Pereira. And if Armani Lee is here, she will be next.
So actually, before you get started, Ms. London, if you guys would just kind of align over here along this banister.
We have Rafietta London, Romney Pereira, Armani Lee, Crystal Cromer, Tatanisha Stevenson, Eleanor Hairston, Dr. Antoinette Matthews, Tanya Lawrence, Tamara Walker, Dana Mosley, and Dr. Marcus Jackson.
My name is Rafietta Malvo London. I live at 1503 Rebecca Lane, Lancaster, Texas. And I am speaking on, I don't know what it is, but it's about placing our public information on the internet without our permission. I'm writing to express deep concern and disappointment regarding recent events that have significantly impacted our school district. As a dedicated educator who served Lancaster ISD 25 years and a longtime resident of the city, I feel compelled to address the alarming situation that has unfolded. The recent data breach conducted by a board member has exposed private information of teachers, not only violating our privacy, but also pose serious threats to the safety of our families and integrity of our educational community. Key concerns: unauthorized disclosure of our personal information, personal exploitation of the data, and malicious actors on the dark web, unprofessional conduct by a board member, negative impact on our educational community. According to the board president, she's here to do God's work, but does God defame someone's character, or is he cynical of people? In 1 Peter 5:8, our enemy, the devil, prowls around and like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. Was your plan to devour the district? This breach of trust and security is unprecedented in my experience with this district. It is particularly distressing that a member of our own school board appears to contribute to the crisis rather than working to resolve it. Due to the reckless disregard of your position, you have opened up the district to several
several senseless lawsuits, negative exposure. As an educator, our primary focus should be supporting our students and improving our educational system. That's it? Okay.
Hello, my name is Ramani Pereira. My address is 427 South Center Avenue, Lancaster, Texas. My comments today are in reference to actions taken by a certain board member, a certain board trustee, on April 22, 2025. On Tuesday, this trustee posted a document containing my personal information to her personal Facebook page and to her public trustee Facebook page. This document was posted along with a series of inflammatory statements, fallacious claims, and misinformation from this trustee targeting myself and my family members, specifically my mother. This trustee's post has disclosed my and my colleagues' private identifiable information to the internet, directly exposing our personal data to potential individuals with criminal intent. Based on her statements in the post, this trustee had the intent to publicize my personal information specifically as supposed evidence for her false claims that my salary and supposed evidence for her false claims about my salary and false claims of nepotism. The very document that the trustee posted disproves her claims against me. Over the past 3 years, Trustee Whitfield has repeatedly and consistently maintained that I am unqualified for my position and being undeservedly paid, and that I was hired based on my family. She has a lot to say about my character, yet I've never witnessed her engaging with my campus, with my students, nor has she ever been to my classroom. Trustee, if you truly believe your own claims, then I implore you to visit RHE and see for yourself the excellence my students possess and gain an understanding of what exactly I am unqualified to do. Trustee, why did you willfully give my colleagues and my personal data to the public? What was your reasoning for making this intentionally misleading post? Can you explain how exactly this information and action is within your fiduciary duties? Why have you, as a board trustee, placed the safety of our entire district at risk behind a litany of baseless, inflammatory accusations against myself and my family? I respectfully ask you, Trustee Whitfield, to stop lying about my family. It only shows who you truly are as a person. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. I am the Executive Director of Special Education of Lancaster ISD. My name is Crystal Cromer, address 829 Corson Drive, DeSoto, Texas. My communication is in reference to the post made on Facebook that addresses to the Lancaster ISD Special Education Department by the trustee for District 3. The SPED department is working tirelessly to improve the trust and relationship with the district and community. This post tarnishes the reputation of our department and the hard-working personnel, including me. I want to clarify that all of the districts in the state of Texas are under TEA monitoring. This is the purpose of TEA. I am a former TEA monitor. This is not a monitoring under conservatorship. It is to ensure compliance in every district. We serve our 800 students in our special education department with certified, licensed, and trained individuals. The comments regarding one student's services does not represent the services of the other 800 students. Furthermore, all information posted regarding the previous special education director is irrelevant to the present staff and work that is being done currently for our students. It is already a difficult task for all school districts to hire highly qualified educators. This post has made it harder for our district to attract highly qualified professionals. The slander of the special education department has added to my already stressful job. I have lost sleep, began to stress eat, and could potentially contribute to illness. This has caused emotional distress for me and many of my staff. Thank you for your time. Tatanisha Stevenson, 1936 Lameda Drive, Lancaster, Texas. Good evening, Board President Jones, distinguished board members, and Superintendent Dr. Pereira. My name is Tatanisha Stevenson, and I proudly serve as the executive principal of Beltline Elementary. I'm here tonight not only as a campus leader, but also as a parent whose daughter, a former student and recent college intern, had her information shared publicly in the recent Facebook post made by the trustee. I want to be clear. This breach of trust is both personal and professional. As a mother, I am deeply troubled that my child's information, who was under the age of 18 and who was under this district's care, is now circulating online without consent. And as a principal, I worry about the message this sends to our dedicated staff. Campus morale is already fragile in this demanding world of education. When educators see their personal information exposed by someone in a leadership position, it erodes the very culture of safety, respect, and professionalism we work so hard to build every day. We talk often about protecting our students and staff physically, emotionally, and digitally. This incident undermines that mission. I respectfully urge this board to take meaningful action to ensure this does not happen again and restore confidence for every Lancaster ISD employee, student, and parent. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Eleanor Harrison, address 2039 Cedarwood Drive, Lancaster, Texas. As a resident of Lancaster for the past 21 years and a dedicated parent to the district, I'm standing here to express my deep disappointment and concern regarding the recent disclosure of sensitive personal information involving both my children, who were high school interns at the time, and myself on a board member's personal social media page. My children attend school in this district, and I have always trusted that their information will be handled with the utmost care and confidentiality. This breach of trust is both devastating and unacceptable. As an elected official, board members have a duty to protect the students that they serve. The release of such confidential information not only violates that trust, but also compromises the values of this district is expected to uphold. I'm especially disappointed in the board member who represents my district, which is District 3. As my elected representative, I expect better judgment, responsibility, and leadership on behalf of the students in this community and personnel and staff. At this time, I do not understand the intended purpose behind the disclosure of private information, but the harm it has caused is evident. I'm expecting that this social media post will be taken down immediately. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Antoinette Matthews. I'm at 445 Cloverleaf Drive, Lancaster, Texas, 75146. I have served Lancaster ISD with pride and professionalism for 20 years. I come before you today not only as a dedicated employee, but as one of the individuals directly harmed by a serious breach of trust and ethics by a board member, trustee Tamika Whitfield. On Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025, this board member used her personal Facebook page to publish a Google spreadsheet that included private and sensitive information about district employees. My full name, job title, salary, and personal identification number were included in that spreadsheet, posted publicly and without restriction for anyone on the internet to view, download, and share. At no time was I asked for my permission. At no time was my consent obtained to have this data disclosed, and at no time was I notified that this deeply personal information would be posted in such a public and vulnerable way. This wasn't an act of transparency, it was an egregious violation of privacy. The release of this information has placed me at real and immediate risk. My personal data can now be accessed by cyber criminals and identity thieves who prey on publicly exposed financial and identification records. This is not a hypothetical risk, it is a real one. And I now live with the anxiety of not knowing how or when the information could be misused. Beyond the digital threat, the emotional toll is real. I now walk into my workplace with unease, knowing that private information about me was willfully exposed by someone elected to serve and protect the interests of this district. I have always upheld my professional responsibilities with integrity, yet this incident has made me to feel targeted and unsafe. I recognize that the district has issued a statement and initiated an investigation, but with all due respect, that is not enough. The damage has already been done, and there must be meaningful consequences. I am formally calling for the immediate resignation of Trustee Whitfield. And short of her resignation, this board must issue a public censure or take another action within its authority to ensure that this type of misconduct is never repeated. Board, this is a moment of accountability. It's a test of whether the district truly values its employees' privacy, dignity, and protection, and whether retaliation and recklessness will go unchecked. Thank you for your time and for standing on the side of what is right and just for all of the members of Lancaster ISD.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, and community members. My name is Tamara Walker, and I live at 611 Shallow Creek. I am a parent of a 2018 graduate of Lancaster ISD, a 2023 graduate of Lancaster ISD, and currently have a junior in early college. I'm addressing the recent troubling actions of the school board member who chose to post the salaries of teachers, staff members, and student interns on her personal and campaign Facebook pages. My son's information was there, and as I followed the rules and regulations that you stated on your school board website, I sent her an email, and she responded saying that there were no student information there. And I did see my son's name and my husband's name along with their salary and information. And as him being an alumni and my husband being a current worker, it has affected our family. He has been joked about, asked if money can be borrowed, which is unprofessional due to her leaking this information. And as an elected official and a trustee, she took an oath to serve and protect our students, staff members, and the community. Instead, her actions have fostered division and put individuals at risk, undermining the very trust that she was elected to uphold. The implication of her post extends beyond merely just salary disclosures. They jeopardize the morale and the safety of our educational environment. I want to thank you for taking immediate legal action against her earlier in the meeting today. I would like for her also to be removed from office. It's imperative that we restore integrity to the board and reaffirm our commitment to the well-being of the community. The people she elected to serve deserve better than the discord and mistrust that have been resulted from her actions. By being vindictive, petty, and unprofessional, she has lost the trust of parents, employees, community members, and alumni of Lancaster ISD. If she cared, she would have at least tried to redact those names of the student interns, but she didn't. This cowardly action showed that she is not for the students. She's not for the community, and she's not for our district as a whole. I urge anyone who lives in District 3 to go out and vote for her opponent. She has shown us that we cannot trust her. We can't trust her to protect our students, our lives, or their personal information. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dana Mosley. I'm the CFO here in Lancaster. I reside at 1209 Summerside, DeSoto, Texas. I'm commenting on the Facebook post. As an employee of the school district, I am governed by district policies, procedures, and practices that have been formally approved by the Board of Trustees. These frameworks are established to ensure integrity, professionalism, and the protection of confidential information across all levels of the organization. The Employee Handbook outlines our ethical obligation as Texas educators Code of Ethics, specifically on page 47 under Professional Ethics, Conduct, Practices, and Performance. Standard 2.1, educators shall not reveal confidential health or personnel information concerning colleagues unless disclosure serves as lawful professional purposes or is required by law. Standard 2.2 says the educator shall not harm others by knowingly make false statements about a colleague or the school system. Additionally, on page 55, under section titled Vandalism and Mischief, it states unauthorized disclosures, use, and dissemination of personal information regarding students and employees are prohibited. Trustee Whitfield's recent Facebook post disclosed employee salaries and has directly violated these very policies that we as district employees are expected to follow. As a trustee, Trustee Whitfield, your actions set a precedence, and this public disclosure has caused disruption throughout the district. It has not contributed to the betterment of the district, but rather has sown confusion and division among staff and stakeholders. Trustee Whitfield has previously stated that God placed her in her positions. I too believe in divine purpose, but the God I serve is not the author of confusion or chaos. Leadership in faith should uplift unity and operate with integrity. In closing, I would like to leave you, Trustee Whitfield, with this scripture, Romans 12 and 18. If possible, so far as it depends on you, live peaceably with all. This verse encourages each of us to do our part in maintaining peace, fostering respectful dialogue, and promoting understanding, even when it's not easy. We cannot control others, but we can each be responsible for our own actions that impact our community. I hope this message is received by you in the spirit of professionalism and reconciliation as we all strive to serve our district with integrity and purpose. Thank you.
Marcus Jackson, 223 Quail Run Road, Red Oak, Texas. I am very cognizant of how speaking increases ventilation and the oxygen that is required to speak. Therefore, I will not speak on opposition. I'm going to speak from support. I think you got the message from those who spoke before me. If you support this superintendent and the job that she's done over the past 4 years, could you stand at this time? And remain standing with me in solidarity for 1 minute. Dr. Pereira, I have a message for you. And I'm speaking on behalf of the central office, the principals, the teachers, the students, the staff, and the community. And I have 2 simple words for you. Don't stop. Don't stop working with the school board to ensure that the students in Lancaster Independent School District reach their optimal level. Don't stop ensuring that you're communicating effectively in all facets of the school system. Don't stop ensuring that every need of every child is met every day. Don't stop ensuring that our special population compliance is up to date with TEA. Matter of fact, we got an A in that category. Don't stop ensuring that these principals have everything that they need to ensure that our students reach their optimal level. And don't stop ensuring that 100% of our students graduate every year. You see, when there's a strong opposition, that simply means the enemy is aware of your greatness within and that you are attending to ascend to higher heights. However, when the enemy attacks you, they attack the central office, they attack the principals, they attack the teachers, they attack the students, and that's a whole nother level right there when you mess with the babies. And they attack the parents, they attack the community, and we will not allow this to happen. So everybody, repeat after me. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. That's all I have.
Board President, that ends our citizen communications.
All right, thank you very much. And thank those for providing their voices this evening. In most cases, the board does not address citizens' communication unless it's an item that is on the agenda. And we did address part of this item with the resolution that was read immediately after closed session. So we have heard you prior to you coming here tonight. And this resolution that I articulated a little earlier speaks volumes, and I hope it resonates with each of you and those that were unable to be here as we begin to move forward with our board governance and the leadership in supporting Dr. Pereira and addressing the needs of our students of Lancaster ISD. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm simply out of words and very moved by the level of support. I hope every day when I walk into this building that my actions are to support the work that is happening in this district. And I'm willing to, you can keep knocking me down, you can keep talking about me outside of the building, whatever. I'm coming to serve the kids and the staff and this community. So try as you might, I'm not stopping, Jack. In fact, what people like that should know is I'm a competitor. I will get to that goal and score the bucket. So try as you might, I'm going to run right over you.
All right. We'll now move to
Trustee Jones, I have a public apology I would like to make at this time. And as a trustee in support of my district, I would like to exercise my fiduciary responsibility.
Okay, Trustee Whitfield, I will give you that opportunity. I have two others who have made requests prior to you, so I will allow them to go forward, and then actually three, and then I will allow you to provide your words. You can unmute her, please.
I'm sorry, I was muted. My question is, are we doing this now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So you want to go first? All right. First person will be Vice President Smith.
Greetings all. I would like to take this opportunity to address the recent release of a private audio recording of myself. While this conversation took place 2 years ago, I was unaware of the recording, and I was unaware of the recording. I shared information that was unsavory and erroneous and disrespectful about my fellow trustees, our conservator, and our governance coach. For the sake of time, I will not rehash those statements, but what I will do is take full responsibility for my words, as well as the role that it's played in what will prove ultimately to be a distraction to board business. I accept the consequences of my actions, but more importantly, I apologize. I apologize to Dr. Carol Francois, Dr. Delic Lloyd, Trustee Carolyn Morris for violating their trust. And although I may disagree with the words or the methods of a statement offered by others, I fully support their right to manage board business as they see fit. It is never personal. I specifically owe my sincerest apology to our former President, Marion Hamilton. I not only apologize for my secretly recorded statement from June 5th, 2023, I apologize for not supporting you when you attempted to address this malicious behavior back then. And I'll pause to say I don't typically address personal matters or nonsense from the diocese. However, in this case, I'm going to make an exception. To Trustee Whitfield of District 3, it is deeply unsettling that a fellow trustee would choose to secretly record a private conversation, then release it to the public. While I do not enjoy publicly being kicked in the face, what I can appreciate is that you have shown me and the rest of the world exactly who you are. And at this point, we must act accordingly. As a trustee, I understand the duties of this role and the magnitude of maintaining professionalism, discretion, and trust both in and out of the boardroom. I remain committed to those standards and to restoring the confidence of my fellow board members and community. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what accountability looks like. Ultimately, our students deserve a working board, a board willing to work together and lead with integrity. I am committed to moving forward with respect, responsibility, and a renewed vigor and focus on what truly matters, and that is student success. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Smith. Next person who has the mic is Trustee Lewis.
Thank you, Board President. To the Lancaster ISD community, I wanted to take this moment to speak directly to you about something that has become very public. A conversation between Trustee Smith and Whitfield were recorded without knowledge by Trustee Whitfield and later shared publicly on Trustee Whitfield's Facebook page. I was present during the conversation and urged Trustee Smith not to continue the conversation with Whitfield. While I cannot be heard on the audio recording, we both should have stopped the conversation and walked away. While I wasn't a major component of the conversation and have since listened to the posted recording, it is obvious to me that Trustee Smith had a lapse in judgment and should not have continued the conversation. Being a board member means doing the right thing even when it's uncomfortable. I didn't get that right when the conversation was taking place. I am committed to doing better, and I'm asking that we put these distractions aside, come together, and work as a team. I'm also deeply disappointed that Trustee Whitfield would have chosen this level of division for the Lancaster ISD board. Trustee Smith, I know you and I have learned from this, without any doubt. Dr. Jackson, if I can just use what you just said, a part of it. Dr. Pereira and staff, please don't stop. Please don't. We have work ahead of us. It's definitely not the time. And I say to my fellow board members, it's certainly not the time for us to lose trust in one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lewis. Next, we have Secretary Morris.
I'm going to stand because I'm going to try to hold my peace. I'm very respectful, first to God, second to every child in this district. My son has been killed because I have sat in this seat. I am very not happy with President or officer of this board to utilize his position to say Carolyn Morris is the troublemaker and state the individuals that he had conversation with about me. Now, I'm talking about me, you all, because you all have said such a good deal, and I concur everything that you have said about Dr. Pereira, behind her back 100%, without reservations. But the problem that I do have, there is no trust with nobody around this dais. This person, a trustee of the board, have destroyed. For a year and a half, she has had me in grand jury on an indictment for assault with the attempt of bodily harm. So there was a no bill. And by that being a no bill, she is now attaching me with the past President Hamilton to go into civil court to sue me with her attorney sitting in the audience. Thank you for raising your hand so they can see who you are, because you don't know me and I don't know you, and we have never had a conversation. Well, we haven't had no conversation about this, because what you have done, you have a conspiracy with Trustee Whitfield, and you would hold bar license, and you are a legal attorney that allow yourself to indulge in this. Now, I want to get back to, because I did not hear, I don't know if any of you all heard that tape, but that tape went viral. And that tape stated by Vice President, which is an officer. I know my position as the officer of this board. Whatever I say now, I will say in front of anybody on this board. I just made the statement, there is no trust, because there is conversation going on that I am the cause of all of the problems. And it was also stated, the censure should not have been toward Whitfield. It was stated by Vice President Jones in front of Dr. Francois. He stated this, and Dr. Lloyd, that Carolyn Morris was the problem. Now, I'm gonna do something that Dr. Jackson, I want the employees of the district to stand and say, have I caused you all any harm? Please stand, because I want to see who think I caused harm so I can personally apologize to you. Only one person? Seriously. I'm serious. Do I need to apologize to all of you all? Because you didn't hear what I just said. I said, would you please stand if you think? So I have asked, I sent a message to President Jones, asking President Jones to place on the agenda to move Vice President, to have a special meeting, Smith, from office. You have an officer of this board that's supposed to be representing this board. You can tell that there is a conspiracy. I have been sued 5 times in this district at my expense, and I still sit here with honor because I don't sit here for nobody but the children. It is sad. I can't say anything about Cluis because I didn't hear him call my name. My name was called so much that only he had a short part in his statement to say. He couldn't even tell me. He apologized for saying that. I asked him, do you think I'm the problem? Vice President Smith, do you think I'm the problem on this board? Okay, well, why would you make that and then put it in the hands of somebody like this? You had a conversation with this person about me. It doesn't matter if it was 10 years ago, because I'm out of all respect. I'm not going back and forth with it, but I don't accept your apology because you did not come to me and apologize to me, because I was the only one on that tape that you told Whitfield that I was a problem and she wasn't. You all have never seen me like this, but I'm standing right now. I was served tonight. I was served tonight in civil court. You remember O.J.? They couldn't get him on that murder, so there was a no bill. So guess what she's doing to me now? She's suing me in civil court. I don't have no backing from nobody in this district. Nobody have offered me $1 on my legal fees. $1 on my legal fees. That's funny, isn't it, attorney? That's real funny. That's real funny.
Secretary Myers.
That's real funny. No, I'm not finished yet. You allowed everybody to say what they want to say. Is my 2 minutes up?
Yes.
Because 2 minutes wasn't in our policy because I was trying to find it.
That's your time. Thank you.
And again, that's how he treats me because he always cut me off. They always cut me off.
The next
Even
item
when I'm talking politics.
on our agenda is the conservators' report.
Trustee Jones,
I'm sorry.
I would like
Trustee
to-
Whitfield.
I want to offer my sincere and formal apology. While the information is public under the Texas Public Information Act, in which I did consult with 3 attorneys, I sincerely apologize. For the overwhelming communication in support of me, I am humbly grateful, and I thank you. Please understand the intention was never to be malicious nor retaliatory. The decision to post the information was the last resort, an effort for transparency and what I know to be patterns of nepotism and inequity that have gone unaddressed in our district.
Okay, let's let her speak,
Over the past 3 years, I've repeatedly requested for items to be added to the board agendas and for grievances to be heard, but those requests were either ignored or denied. I take seriously my fiduciary duty and responsibility to advocate for transparency and integrity. Unfortunately, my efforts have not been met and only been met with resistance, not only towards me, but towards teachers, parents, and others who speak up. The retaliation is real and it is damaging. It doesn't just impact individuals, it disrupts the student's experience and trust in our system. The challenges we face in LISD did not begin with me. Many of these issues were in motion before I joined the board. But personally witnessing behavior, reviewing reports, documents, and even videos that have recently been taken down by LISD has become clear that I was the few consistently pushing for openness and taking the stand, as it made me a target. Despite the backlash, I welcome those who have stepped up and to raise regarding the concerns of bullying, the ethics, and safety. If you haven't already, I encourage you to visit the Texas Education Agency website, look at our enrollment data, our attendance, our attendance rates, our students' performance metrics. These issues deserve our full attention, just like the attention brought to this boardroom tonight. That energy should have been put into the children after you look at that data. No, I'm not perfect and I'm not a victim, but I am a mother and I'm a grandmother, and I am committed to advocate, and I will never dismiss the concerns of a teacher, a parent, nor a student. And I would never look the other way when children are put at risk and when our educators are overlooked. Although we do a lot of celebrating, we still have dropped the ball when it comes to our students' education, because they are the ones hurting. They are the ones struggling under the weight of everything that we are failing to address. So again, I apologize to everyone affected. This was not malicious. This was transparency. And I will stay ready in advocating for transparency, fairness, and real change within Lancaster ISD. I am not afraid. I have been taking the hit and I have been walking the walk.
All right,
And
thank you very much, Trustee Whitfield.
I'm sorry?
That concludes your time. Any other trustees wish to make a statement at this time? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to our next item on our agenda. I just asked a question. Well, go ahead.
And I did it timely before you went too far into the next
Go ahead.
item. Good evening, everyone. As you know, I'm Marion Hamilton from District 1. This May will be my 17th year with you all. As you all know, I have been here for children. My journey began based on my child with things that I saw that I didn't like. I came to this board meeting years ago, and I didn't like the professionalism that I saw on the board, and at that time, I was a young girl. And what I wanted here was professionalism and professional individuals on this board. Anytime I have ever supported, walked, helped an individual run for this school board, it has been with the anticipation of bringing individuals that are professional to sit on a board. You know, I've been successful with a few and not with many. This is not a job that many signed up for because it didn't come with a paycheck attached. If we had paychecks attached, we'd have stacks of applications for the position. So when you do this from your heart, and I do it for kids. Another thing that drove me to do this is my mother drove me from my neighborhood every morning across town to ensure that I got a proper education. I had to begin to do that with my child right here in Lancaster. That's what prompted me to do what I do, because everybody's mother could not drive them across town to school, and the kids right here in this neighborhood deserve a good education so they can go on outside of this area when they grow up, make it through college, make it through trade school, have a future. I so desperately thank my mom for what she did for me, and that she had sense enough to know that where we live, the education was not quality. So this is my give back to ensure that the children of Lancaster get a good education. I have sat on this board through many administrations and watched many leaders. We've had some good leaders, we've had some bad leaders. But right now, this administration that we have, no one can say that they have not been top tier. Not from the superintendent down. You know, of course, every place has opportunities, but this district has definitely excelled. I will tell you, for the past 3 years, since Ms. Whitfield has been on our board, this board has struggled. I struggled. My family has struggled. I reached out to my colleagues. You all have heard me say this before. Like the second month she was here, it was so much confusion and arguing back and forth. I told Mr. Jones, I'm not meeting with her privately again. I mean, ever. They identified the problems, but no, they want to try to, oh, we go work with her, we go talk to her. No, it didn't work. They have all tried and failed at this point. They all tried and failed and got burnt in the interim, as many see. You having a conversation with the devil. So this has been a learning experience for everyone here on this board. I will continue to support the kids in Lancaster ISD through the hard ups and downs. But the things that have transpired here for us to trust, yeah, we have been distracted. Our trust has been broken. The distractions have come. The focus has not been where it's supposed to be. It's on these children and their futures. We have made lives for ourselves. We are trying to help them make lives for themselves. If these kids don't get their education, the world is getting way too hard. The government already don't want to be able to get student loans to go to school. Where our babies gonna be? We are here for these children. We are here to support the staff in the community. We may not always like what goes on, but we are a team here to work for the betterment of this district. And I will say that I heard the apologies from my colleagues, but like someone has once said, someone very dear to all of our hearts, when people show you who they are, they have shown you and believe it. And I'm not the one to have to get fool me once, fool me twice to understand that's not who Marion Hamilton is. I am a loyal friend and colleague to anyone that I work with, but for why I'm here, I will continue to serve and work with my colleagues in a professional capacity. And thank you all so much.
All right, the floor is open for any other trustees who'd like to make a comment. All right.
I have never, okay, I'm sorry. I have never in my entire life experienced a circus of what I just saw. I have never. We are educated people. We have taken care of all my kids have graduated from here. And it heartens me to see that this staff, okay, have to deal with this kind of stuff. I've only been on this board for a year, and all I hear is bickering. I am sick of it. These people come to work every day, and look at them, they're here late tonight. This is ridiculous. We're too professional. We've been through a lot of struggles in our life. What would your ancestors say? You better think about it when you're making decisions, okay? I got plenty of issues. I deal with work every day, but I dedicated my time here. I love Lancaster. Anybody that knows me will tell you, Queenie loves Lancaster. This is my home. So our staff should not be here late like this, listening to this unprofessional behavior that we need to figure out how to work it out, okay? You guys do I say stuff to Dr. Pereira all the time. Please, let's try to limit how much time they have to stay up here. It's too much. You gotta have work-life balance. This is not work-life balance for you all. So I apologize for your information being put out there, because even though it was put out by another trustee, I'm still responsible, okay? Because I'm a board member, all right? So I apologize for that. And I do appreciate all you all's hard work. You do a fantastic job. But this, I thought I was watching the soap. I don't know what this is. I'm not accustomed to this. And I don't want to get accustomed to it too, at all. But thank you all for all your hard work. And just stay focused and keep going. This shall pass, okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Trustee Nichols. This has definitely been an ordeal. I joined this district in 2006 as a math interventionist. Came back in 2011 as a board member. And, we've had some roller coaster rides. We've had more highs than we've had lows. So, as everybody has said, as the citizens have communicated, the employees have communicated, apologies have been provided, different fronts. We are here to empower our students' purpose and passion for quality education. and I affirm each and every one of you out here who consistently do that day in and day out, in spite of what you have experienced this past week or the past 2 years or 3 years. Please know that we will work collaboratively to continue to support you in your efforts, take actions that will allow us to make sure that every student, every graduate is a success, which is our vision, and to evaluate the items that are brought before us by Dr. Pereira and our staff to ensure that that is accomplished. Again, this is definitely a time that we will not wish to revisit. I understand that emotions are high because of varying situations. Tonight, we are slightly into our agenda, and we're going to proceed forward to hear some news regarding our students, our educators, and what's happening in this school district. Not what happened, but what's happening. For our student council, thank you guys for staying around here to kind of witness this and kind of see the how conflict happens and also how we get past it. And it's all for you, okay? So I'll move to our next item, which is the conservators report. Dr. Francois is not here tonight, so I'm going to give just a quick overview of the report. We had a total of 23 items that we were first charged with and us getting passed. Right now we have 13 of those 23 complete. We have 9 of those on track, and we have 1 of those not yet started. So I would like to affirm Trustee Hamilton for her work in getting this ball going and us getting a lot of these things completed, and the team that we have now on getting us a lot closer to meeting all of these particular GPMs. So I'm going to conclude the report there. It is online if you'd like to read through it. And I'll now move to our next item, which is Superintendent's Report, Campus Highlights. The first item is Lancaster STEM Early College High School. Dr. Pereira.
Yes, thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Ms. Tippit, who will share that information with our board and our community. Ms. Tippit, whenever you're ready, the mic is yours and the floor is yours.
Greetings, Board President Jones, distinguished trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Pereira. My name is Ashley Tippit, and I'm the principal of Lancaster STEM Early College High School. My early college administrative team consists of myself, Ms. Shayna Pink, which is my counselor, and Deonka Chisholm, my administrative assistant. Last year, we had 359 students enrolled in early college. This year, we have 380. Every year, we are growing in our numbers. Next year, our projection will be to have about 445. We have also grown on our staff a little bit. We have about 2 more staff, and those 2 are working on certifications right now. For our college career and military readiness, our students take the TSI A2 now, and so you can see where we are with taking that test. This is a college mastery or college prep test. We are working with outside resources to make sure that our math scores continue to increase. We have made some changes in our curriculum and in also the courses in which the order, thank you, in which we are teaching these courses. So to date, we have had a total of 173 students graduate with their associate degree from Dallas College. And for this year, we have a projected number of 55 students, which will put us at 95% of our students graduating with their associate degree this year. So So for our culture, student attendance, and student discipline, we do our A, B, honor roll, and perfect attendance celebrations. We do chat and chew with Miss Tippit. The students get to come in and I feed them, and we just talk about things in the building, things they would like to see. We do special events like cookies and cocoa. I ordered cookies and we made hot cocoa and we took it around so that all the kids could enjoy that for the Christmas time. We have dress and theme days, student spotlight in the newsletter, what the kids like to call chill out days. These are actual just mental health days. It is very difficult to be a high school student, a college student, and also pretty much all of my kids hold jobs as well. So I see them when I'm, cheating on my diet, going through the Whataburger line. I see them in the window. So they are doing all of these things, and they are also athletes. So we have kids on the state track team and things like that. So they are able to do all of these things. And then we participate, of course, in the pep rallies and then our spring activities. For teacher attendance and teacher retention, we have a really tight staff. We definitely love each other. We are all very competitive. So you see us down here with the district wellness event. We did not win the second round, and we definitely want a rematch. On the bottom right, we've had mental health painting days, and then sometimes we just pop up with different tokens of appreciation for our teachers to indulge in, just to let them know that we are grateful that they show up every day for our students. Parent community business partner engagement. So with our parents, we have our Tiger Parent Partners. They are helping us celebrate our students, and we really appreciate that. And then we have our parent meetings. In the community, we have partnered with Survive and Thrive through Dr. Anthony Johnson, Cedar Valley Christian Center, with Pastor Glenn Young Jr., and then Lancaster PD, Marcus Penny. He does our peace officer training for us. And then we are also working with Deloitte May, making accounting diverse and equitable for our students. Our glows and grows for the 2024-2025 school year. So we are retaining more students through senior year in the program. So right now I have 97 juniors that are set to transition to senior year, which I believe will be the largest senior class that we have had to date. And then 100% of our seniors will graduate with over 45 college hours. And then for our grows, our students meeting TSI requirements before the end of our sophomore year. That's very important. Otherwise, they cannot continue with Dallas College. And then we would like to see an increase at the mastery level for all of our EOC exams. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Tippit. Great job.
Well, before Ms. Tippit leaves, Ms. Tippit, you can continue. I just want to say thank you. I have the opportunity of my oldest who graduated through early college, and now my middle child. So thank you. Whatever you all are doing, it's working. Mr. Thornhill, I think I saw him there as well. So continue what you're doing. Thank you. Now I have one statement or question. You said 445 is the projected number for next year. You don't have the space for that, do you?
Well, we're
that's a Dr. Pereira thing. but sincerely, thank you all for the work you do. I see the fruits. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Please plant seeds down there. Plant seeds. All right. The next item we have is J.D. Hall Learning Center. Dr. Pereira.
Yes, thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Mr. Hernandez to present that information to our board and to our community. Mr. Hernandez, the floor is yours, sir, when you're ready.
Muchísimas gracias. Board President Jones, LISD Board, Superintendent Dr. Pereira, my name is Daniel Hernandez, and I'm the proud principal of J.D. Hall Learning Center at Rocky Crest, first place for second chances. We have a very strong and powerful team there, and I'm very proud to lead that team. And they're very well versed in supporting our students while they're matriculating into our campus. Currently, we are very fluid with our population. We currently have 21 students from grades 6 through 12. Throughout the year to date, we've transitioned 70 students back to their home campuses, 2 of which have come back for various reasons. So we're trying to keep our recidivism rate down much lower, but that's where we're at with the numbers right now. I have 6 phenomenal staff members, teachers, 5 of which are fully certified, and 1 which is seeking certification, and then 6 other faculty and staff that support my campus, the students, and the safety of everyone there. We do focus a lot because our master schedule is somewhat flexible. We focused on college and career readiness. As you can see, we've been able to get people from outside of the district. Specifically, the mayor of Lancaster came and spoke to our students about what it is a day in the life in the mayor. And that was an interesting conversation for the students. In the upper left-hand side, we also brought the Lancaster city manager, and she gave maps to the kids. They looked at the boundaries. It was interesting to see them know what Lancaster, the city of Lancaster, really goes for and what it does. And she was able to shed some light to us adults as to what our property taxes go to as well. We also are trying to build very civic-minded individuals. Mr. Slater, our social studies teacher, is really, really strong with that. So we were able to get Dallas County Vote to come and bring their machines, so that way kids can practice voting. So when they're able to vote, they'll know what that feeling is, and they were able to get the little stickers as well. As you can see in the bottom right and in the upper left-hand corners, they're practicing. Some of the students are seniors at that time, and they were able to get that feeling. And I want to thank all of the, Board Member Clueless for coming on one of those days to talk to our students as well about the choices they make and making better ones moving forward in the future. Our data primarily comes from Review 360, which is the platform that we use to track disciplinary incidents when they occur on campus, should they occur on campus. Today we have about 40 incidents that have occurred on campus, and they're there pictured with different measures and different ways of support, from talking with counselor to talking with myself or any other disciplinary things that we need to do. And we also use Intervention and EverFi. There are web-based platforms that are scenario-based, and the students actually look at a scenario and they're asked to answer questions about what the scenario is entailing, and that hopefully will guide them to make better choices should they encounter that scenario again. Right now, we're looking at a pretty good amount of 88% for the students. We're hovering about 95, 96 most days. We do have our high flyers, but we try to keep the kids as safe as possible when they're coming to the campus. With regards to Board Goal 2, because our campus is very fluid, every Friday I try to hold a 5-minute meeting at the end of the week and try with all my teachers and make sure we have connections to talk about what has happened in the week, front load some things for the following week, and we celebrate things, personal and private as well, so that way we can all be a big family, as they were telling us the other day. We have campus fellowship. I have pulled out the barbecue on a couple occasions, the pit, just to make sure, you know, to feed the teachers and support them. Ms. Mitchell's Painting with the Twist events have been a success, and we've been visited by some board members and Dr. Pereira on occasion as well. I check in with students administratively and in the main office when they're there to support in the morning. One of the biggest things we've been doing the past 2 weeks is our counselor was able to get our teachers breakfast, lunch, and or a snack during testing, so they don't have to leave campus, and they'll stay there and be able to support our kids the entire time. With regards to Board Goal 4, we are always accommodating the parents and supporting them from the first bell all the way to we close the last door as they're dismissing. We try to keep that customer service as high as possible. We want to build new partnerships, and we've been trying to strengthen the old ones that we've had this year and in the past. With regards to the parental engagement and partner engagement, we're seeking out guest speakers from other colleges around the southern states to support our students, because many of them have expressed that they do want to go to college. And lastly, we want to always keep the faculty and staff and support them in engaging the students positively at all times. Our goals for this year are really strong. I want to thank my colleagues at the home campuses all the way from the elementary to the high school, because the transitions back have been very supportive, and they've always supported my campus with the grades, social emotional learning, and the student needs. They've been very communicative with me with regards to that, and our faculty and staff. We want to continue the use of the EverFi intervention programs, because they've been working with the students. And then lastly, always supporting our teachers with regards to academic learning of students in needs. Our goals are very few. Well, we want to make sure that we keep that recidivism rate down. We had 2 students that came back to the campus, and want to continue to hopefully make it 0 next year, but we understand. And then lastly, we've had some interesting medical needs of students, and we were just asking to see if possible to get a nurse. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Any questions, comments from him before he gets to his seat? I'm messing with you. All right, the next item we have is teaching and learning, Sustained Ed Leaders Partnership Report. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward two of our esteemed partners, Dr. Stainbrook and also Mr. Aaron Joseph, to share that information with our board and our community on our Sustained Ed Leader Partnership.
Greetings, Board of Trustees, Board President, Superintendent Pereira. I want to start with an opportunity of gratitude. One, for an opportunity to stand in front of you all. Two, for the opportunity to partner as supporters, as teammates. And then three, Dr. Pereira, for setting the vision. It's your vision that we're living out in real time. My name is Aaron Joseph, and I serve as a leadership development director at Sustained Ed. I'm joined by Marina Guerra and also Jacob Stainbrook. Our team consists of 100% of former educators, former teacher coaches, and former campus leaders who've implemented and adopted the HQIM. What drives us and what unites us is that we believe that every child has unlimited potential. We also believe that every educator is capable of greatness. But what empowers them is the support that they receive. And so our approach to support is a two-pronged approach, a customized research-based approach combined with flexible side-by-side support. Over the course of the last several years, we've had the opportunity to partner with over 50 partners to impact over 200,000 students. As we look towards the next year, our support is going to include building teacher and leader pipelines, and so really empowering teachers, building their toolbox to maximize their effectiveness while building the capacity of the leaders, including the principals and assistant principals. Leading school improvement is a two-pronged approach to support systems as well as a focus on the curriculum, and then the adopting of the HQIM, known as the Bluebonnet Math, as well as the well, in this case, we're not adopting Bluebonnet Reading, but HQIM known as Bluebonnet. Over the course of the next academic school year, our focus is to improve the implementation of K-5 math as well as 6 through 8 math. We've already begun the work with district level planning, so we've been meeting weekly to support with strategic implementation. We've begun to think through what professional development is going to look like, as well as identify our scope of support over semester 1 and semester 2. We've begun to identify stakeholder groups so that we can generate buy-in and share the communication of the purpose. And we've identified goals and outcomes, which is to increase student achievement in K-8 math while increasing opportunities and exposure in algebra. We've identified an opportunity to strengthen the implementation and to develop systems to ensure sustainability. Over the next year, our focus is to identify the vision and get crystal clarity so that 100% of our stakeholders are clear, as well as to identify the training to best support our teachers, leaders, and students. Our key areas of support will be at the district level as well as the campus level. District level to ensure the strategic planning, to support with the change management, as well as identify professional development that's best going to support the teachers and leaders in LISD. At the campus level, again, the professional development that's tailored and targeted to the needs of each individual campus, support with observation, with feedback, to support with planning, as well as data analysis and response to student outcomes. With leader and teacher support, each campus may receive a different level of support depending on their need, but our commitment is to be at each campus at least weekly, and in some cases, multiple times per week. With that, thank you for your time. We're ready to receive any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Forgive me. Are there any questions of the board? Okay, hearing none, we just look forward to the results. All right, thank you. Next item we have on our agenda is Lancaster High School Summer Remediation Program by Infinitus, Texas report. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. And I call forward another partner with our district, Mr. Julius Bayone, Dr. Duffy. They are program directors of strategy and curricular innovation. They will be our presenters tonight to our board and our community. Yes. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good evening, Board President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Pereira. My name is Julius. Oh, talk back. Oh, pull it around. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. We'll go from there. My name is Julius Bayone, the founder and CEO of Infinitus, Texas. Man, we're excited. We're a new partner to the district, and we're ready to get to work. This work is near and dear to my heart because I was one of these students in high school who struggled, who didn't have the resources or the support to get over the hump. And so this work for me is special. And so what I wanted to do was create a company and have a team who was willing to support not only the students but the staff and this amazing work that's needed to help our students, our scholars thrive in this work. Our motto, our mission is, infinite. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all.
Relax, man.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Relax.
This is new for me. This is new. So it's infinite equity, for all of our students. And so this work, again, we're here to be a team. We're here to be a staff extension of the work that you guys are already doing, the amazing work that you are already doing in this district. So if you want to move to the next slide, I'll talk about our amazing team here. Again, that's myself as the CEO and founder, Dr. Horace Duffy as our Director of Program Strategy and Curriculum Innovation. Couture Ellis is our Director of Programs and Operations, and we just added Dr. Landy Wadley, who will be our Director of Academic Programs. And so this team, we always say we're small in size but big in impact. And so the work we do, I only want team members who are passionate about working with kids and putting the kids first. So we always talk about the student as a priority for the work we do in the center of the work we do. And I'll pass it to Dr. Duffy.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Horace Duffy, and I'm actually a former educator, 7 years social studies teacher, and also a STUCO sponsor as well. So very proud of you all there. I know the amount of work that goes into it. Also, your sponsor is in here. My much gratitude to her as well. But as an educational services company, we specialize in high dosage tutoring, but we specialize in a little bit more than that as well. Primarily, we do high dosage tutoring. And when I say high dosage tutoring, it's very specific in what that means. It means regular meetings with students, at least 30 minutes, very specified arena and definition there. We specialize also in SAT preparation, STAR AP exam, and in that it includes not only the content but also test-taking strategies. I'm a sociologist of education, so understand the inequalities that are built into many of the standardized tests and the unequal outcomes that can result of that. So we try to equalize and bring forth the equity in that. As Julius was mentioning, some parents can just write a check, but we understand that many students don't have that opportunity, and so we try to level the playing field in that way. We're also a data services company as well. We use data in our high dosage tutoring to monitor outcomes and to inform our clients and people the educators that we do work with. It's very important, but we also offer other data services, predictive modeling, dashboards for school administrators and also district administrators. We've, in the past, worked with HISD, with some STAR remediation and also SAT prep. We currently work with the state of Louisiana. We have contracts with the Steve Carter Fund, Accelerate High Dosage Tutoring. We work with a couple of districts in the Caddo Parish and also with CARS Academy, a very small private school in Gonzales, Louisiana. We also have worked with JP Morgan Chase with the Fellow Initiative. TFI, we call it, and it is a specialized program for Black and Latino males that we offer a mix of that high dosage tutoring during the week, but then also Saturday interventions where we prepare these students for college readiness. What it looks like would be the mornings would be SAT preparation, and then in the evenings, or excuse me, and then in that Saturday afternoons, we focus on other supplementary college readiness activities. So with our summer remediation, the plan is to have a total of 400 students in the areas of English 1, English 2, Algebra 1, then also TSI 2 Math, and also TSI 2 ELR, which is the reading and the writing component of that. We met with Ms. Tippit a little earlier, also Ms. Murray a little earlier today to kind of talk about how we can best serve in those two testing capacities. But with that, it would just comprise, or actually the summer will comprise of daily instruction that would look very similar to what students are used to in the classroom, where everything's going to be TEKS aligned. We have a I do, we do, you do on your own. We also specialize, or we're gonna really focus on exit tickets, because exit tickets from our firm is a way that we generate data. It's a way that we understand and can monitor student progress. And we aim to have regular assessments, regular monitoring, so that we're not left at the end of not really understanding where students are at. We're gonna provide some progress reports to the district. And in the end, we're going to have an impact report where we're going to summarize everything that we've done, but we're also going to provide some data and information that's going to be individualized for each student to really discuss the progress that's made. We have our goal of 100% passing for all 400 students, but in the event that students do not pass, we want to ensure that we have data that we can share with the district in order to have their future, or 25-26 school year, some information to prepare teachers, administrators for that year coming up. And so this, the impact of what we do, like we have our short-term purpose is just to get students on track and on board. But as we think about also long-term goals is to have the impact, any information that we can aggregate up to maybe like reveal any patterns or processes that we can reveal and share with Lancaster. We would definitely do that as well, but the goal is to make sure students don't fall through the cracks and to try to provide growth for both struggling and quote-unquote high-performing students who also at times get left out as well. And so at our just kind of our formula, some things that we worked with Dr. Barker a little earlier is that we provide initial assessments, and we take a co-creation model. While we are experts in high dosage tutoring delivery, SAT preparation, and also data analysis, you all are the experts. And we take a co-creation process that we can leverage our expertise with the expertise of Lancaster to create specialized plans, and we try to anticipate any kind of seamless logistical issues that may occur, but we try to keep communication as open as possible so that we can have ongoing progress monitoring through data. I'm a data person, data nerd, and we just use those data to leverage as many insights as possible to ultimately impact the students that we interact with and that we touch. Oh. Thank you. Open to any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions, board?
I have a question.
Secretary Morris, bring your mic down.
Do you feel, if you can answer this question, because I know I saw your contracts and you don't want to get denied of a contract on your answer. But I want to know, do you think that the state standardized test is culture-based bias? Now, don't answer it if you...
I'll answer it in this way. Research suggests there's a dearth of research that suggests that these standardized exams are culturally biased. I'm not sharing my own thoughts on that. It's just what the literature and the research suggests. Both at, I would say, of course, it's highly documented that exams like the SAT, if you look at the origins of the SAT, and if we also think about measurement as well, the literature and the research suggests that trying to get to a mean, an average, can leave out those, as I mentioned earlier, the struggling learners, but also the high achieving learners, or high achieving students as well. So not sharing my opinion, just sharing with you what the literature suggests.
Right. And I just want to say, I first came on the board in 1995. The same, almost, what you're stating and have presented to us tonight, I've seen that all through those years. And bias being basically a minority district. I appreciate you bringing any help and support to our district that would benefit our children. But the question will always lie with me, will we ever be able to get ahead? Because it doesn't matter the level of degree that you come out of school with, you're still going to start in that entry level because we were not, or did not get the materials that we needed for our teachers. They can't say it's not money. It's money. They can't say that. I just wouldn't buy that. But at the very end, thank you for you coming to our district and providing the service. To me, this is worth a lot.
Thank you. Thank
to
you.
give help.
Thank you. And I will share that districts that look like Lancaster do not always achieve as much as you all have done. And so I've shared this with Dr. Barker. You guys are doing something special here. Because on average, and I have to use averages, I have to use means, we know that statistical methodologies are inherent, or research suggests that even research methods, just looking at means and looking at our standardized statistical methodologies, and even qualitative methodologies, can also be unequal and unequitable, but research suggests that districts that look like Lancaster should be looking differently than how you all are going. And so there's something special that's happening here. And I'll speak for myself, but I think I also speak for Julius, that we are honored and we're just happy to work with you all, and we share the same values in that. So.
Well, I'll tell you what the secret is, Dr. Pereira. We said we were going out of the state of Texas, and we did. And so she brought her team in, worked with the team that we already have. And with the collaborative effort, we are where we are today. This is why we look like we look academically. Even just the environment, the culture environment looks good.
And research also suggests that student outcomes are multifaceted, but school culture is one of those predictors of positive student outcomes. So the research is suggesting the research confirms or would align with those thoughts, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Secretary Morris. Dr. Duffy, I've got a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
As it relates to the math side of what you guys will be doing, I know you mentioned data and the impact report. So is that the first stage that each student will get an impact report, or how does this?
So the way that the impact report is going to be it's going to be a long report generating what we've done, how we've done. Like, so we're going to have aggregated findings of just general, like how students did overall by subject. But in that report, I'm going to have an appendix. And in that appendix, it's going to have individualized reports based on the exit tickets that students have done. And then the pre-test, day one, we need to just assess where students are at. So we'll have that, we'll track the growth, and we'll have some suggestions for each one of the students that we have there. I'm gonna put that as an appendix. It could be its own report, but I think that it's related to, again, like where we want to deliver as a service, that we can, and it's part of how I'm trying to account for some of these, like when we think about averages and we think about patterns, we can tend to get lost when maybe we had a student who, it just wasn't their day. And so that student knows what they need to do. That student may not really give us the full picture of maybe someone who's really struggling and has seen progress but needs additional help there. So it's going to be really important for us to, again, have the majority of the report be about the patterns overall, but at the end of that report, it's going to be individualized reports per student, and that you all can have, and hopefully administrators can use that for students who may not be successful in their account.
Just my last question, with the individualized reports, I know you mentioned TEKS-based, so will those reports specify which TEKS the students are struggling in and the ones that they're being successful in?
Absolutely. It's gonna be aligned with the TEKS. Everything that we do is aligned with the TEKS, but most importantly, those exit tickets. So the exit tickets are gonna be aligned with specific TEKS that we can then measure and see how students have done on this specific TEK. And it's gonna be also important to us to hopefully weekly, if not even before that, adjust where we need to adjust. So maybe a student needs to spend a little bit more time on a certain TEK. But it's having that information at the end, it's not gonna necessarily help, because we may need to, we're gonna be constantly adjusting to the students' needs as we go through this process. And we're just really just trying to use data to be as informed as possible, because we don't want to just have instruction occurring and then, okay, well, I hope that you all have it. Okay. If there needs to be adjustments, we need to try to adjust before the exam.
Guys, what I'm hearing you say is that your program will be adaptive to where the students are,
yes,
to
sir,
ensure that they're getting what they need.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If
Secretary Morris.
anybody, I don't want to go twice, and
Secretary
nobody
Morris.
else. Thank you. You said something that rang a bell, so I had to sit up to make sure our director of special education was here. Because one of the tools that helps set an IEP for a child is at the end of that STAR test. And what I just heard you answer President Jones was, even by looking at this child is here on this test at this level, maybe first, second, or third grade, and they're in the 9th grade or 10th grade. But in the classroom, it could read higher. Even, I don't believe in learning disability. I believe something causes the inability to achieve to your highest height. And so once you identify that, then you will also look at ways to get around and utilize your service even more. So thank you. I just had to comment on that because I have to look at that report all the time, and
Absolutely.
it never makes sense because you know that student is very smart in those areas.
Absolutely. So in our approach with remediation and just our approach as an organization is what we're trying to do is mitigate some of those effects, because if you're measuring a student's learning, there can be some debate on if tests really measure learning, so on and so forth, or is it, like, what's the relationship between actual learning and is this just test-taking abilities? But we want to mitigate some of those effects as much as possible in order so that we modify, that we try to do everything that we can to evaluate the learning, so that, because the outcome is really, we want to prepare the student for the exam. And so waiting too late, right, or measuring at the end is if there needs to be any adjustments to happen, you can't do it because they're going to take the exam. So we just try to make whatever adjustments, we try to measure as much as we can leading up to it, so that to try to mitigate some of that inequity that could be embedded in these types of exams or these types of measurements.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Duffy and Ms. Bayone.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is the athletics update. Dr. Pereira.
Yes, thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Athletic Director Brown to share that information with our board and our community. A.D. Brown, you're up.
Thank you, Dr. Pereira. Good evening, Board President, Board of Trustees, and again, Dr. Pereira. I'm here to give an update on the 24-25 athletic program. Our team has been pretty consistent with some tremendous leaders, and we look forward to them continuing to do really great things. The nuts and bolts of everything starts at LMS, where we began our athletics for the district. That's you look at those numbers, and I wanted to give you a quick idea of what that looks like compared to last year. We are 110. That's a positive 31 from last year. And on the boys' side, we're 169, which is the positive 26 on that side. Total, as we move to the high school, just to give you guys an idea, you can see on the girls, we were 264. I'm sorry, 264, that is correct, with a -2, which is not much of a slight there. But moving on to the boys' side, we're a total of 530. Last year was 464, which we gained 66, that's a good improvement there. We just wanted to give you some snapshots of some of the action items and photos of what we did this past year, and we're real pleased with our own court and off the court performances. As always, as you get to the high school, you like to give a lot of credit to seniors who've been in the program. You see those totals. That total is 136, and that's a range from all of our programs all the way from the boys to the girls side, so that's good. Coming up, I want to share this because this is really where a lot of our accolades go to. Our National Signing Day, which we had back in February. We had a number of signees on that particular day, and we will, and I want to put that on your calendar. On the 12th of May, we'll have a second signing, which we'll sign. Right now, that count is 14. I think that total will rise to 20 plus, so that'll be something to do. On May 15th, you guys will be all welcome. We'll do our spring banquet. That will be a place where we'll recognize all of our athletes from the spring. A couple of highlights. This past year, we had 26 All-State members that made academic teams. That's on our girls and boys side. We had some early graduates, which I think was very key. And two sport programs I want to recognize. That's football and girls basketball. When you look at that overall passing rate, we did the work on that. Football had a 96% passing rate through their season, and girls track and girls basketball, they were at 97%, and that's really outstanding. A couple of outstanding things this year that I think you may be aware of, but I think we all need to let the world know. But our girls track team set the national record in the 4x1. They also, 2 weeks ago, ran the fastest time in DFW history in the 4x2 relay, which is outstanding. Our football team in the District of Doom advanced to the second round. Our girls basketball team advanced to the state semis, which was a record at school and made school history. Our boys basketball team being district champions. Go ahead and do that. I think that was good. Boys basketball team were district champs. I'm proud of this. Softball increased their win total by 14 games this year. And our baseball team increased their win total by 16 games. So that was important. Middle school track, they did some really good things. So all in all, our athletic programs are very solid. We're proud of our athletes both on the court and off the court. And when you look ahead at kind of what we've got going next week, we'll start Tigers, our intramural league, which will have all of our, from grades 3rd through 6th, we'll be doing intramural leagues. They're at the high school. Currently, we have about 160 youth signed up for that, so that's going to be real exciting. This summer, we'll be having a real extensive strength and conditioning camp that will go from grades 7 through 12, and we will be offering camps for all of our youth throughout our district. One of the things I like to say is what we're trying to do here, this is my second year, we're trying to use an approach, I call it the hamburger approach, where we try to be at the top, and that's our high school. We like to be really sound in the middle, that's our middle school, and as you can see, we're trying to reach our youth in the elementary. But that's our journey, and that's where we're headed, and thank you guys for everything that you do.
Thank you very much, Coach Brown. Thank you, sir. What we're going to do is take a 7-minute, I'm sorry, Trustee Whitfield, you saying something?
Yes, sir. I have a question for the coach.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi. I would like to know, do we have a tennis or a golf team?
That's a really good question. We do not have a tennis team. We do have, we're in the makings of a golf team that has been doing some practicing with some kids interested in golf, and we're hoping here within the next year that golf gets going. And once we kind of get golf moving and going, then we'll move and try to get tennis to where it's a very active sport with the district.
Okay, thank you for that. And are we looking at any point to bring our swim team back at all? We used to have one, but I understand that.
Yes, what we're going to do is we're going to do a survey to our elementary and middle school parents, and when you look at that swim team, we're going to gauge with some input back from parents and students, kind of what that next sport will be. But you would think in the line that we're going, that swimming will be somewhere in the future, and we'll look at the importance and kind of see what the interest is amongst the district.
Okay. And as far as you stated, the golf we have, I apologize, somebody working with our golf, correct?
We do, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that on a high school level, middle school?
Currently, right now, Coach Burt is working with some high school kids that have expressed interest. They're typically going out once a week. They're on the grass field there. They're learning to putt and do some interesting things, and they're going to transition here in the next 2 weeks to go into the golf course and kind of doing some play there. So we're in the very beginning stages of that, and we're hoping that once our kiddos advance, that we'll be playing in some tournaments sometime in the future.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Again, Coach Brown. We're going to take a 7-minute recess. So 7 minutes, let's be back in our seats at 9:55, prepared to get moving.
Bonner, you can make your way up in a minute. You're next.
All right, the time is now 9:57 p.m. We are reconvening. The next item on our agenda is Fine Arts Update. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Assistant Director of Fine Arts, Mr. Bonner, to bring that information to our community and to our board. Mr. Bonner, I'm sure you're comfortable with the floor being yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Board President Jones, the Board of Trustees, Superintendent. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to get right into it. I know it's been a long night, long day. So our team's already been established. We have Coach Gaines, myself, I assist Coach Gaines, and then Candace Martin takes care of all of our registration entry fees and things like that. And then we have Ms. Webb, who is over facilities, and she kind of directs our auxiliary practices and coordinates all of those things that happen after school. All right, so we just kind of talk about a few points of pride. We began our school year with professional development training and department meetings with the entire department, in particular our music teachers, to align curriculum and vision. Through this vision, Lancaster ISD will continue the tradition and legacy of the unique fine arts department. We've had this uniqueness for over 25 years. Innovation, ingenuity, creativity are some of the skill sets that students gain through the experience of fine arts. On the elementary level, we offer general music and art at all schools. And at West Main, we emphasize piano and dance as well. We know that has been growing the last couple of years, and that pipeline has helped us at the secondary level as well. We are applying for the District Art of Distinction, and that is compiles all of the art, elementary, LMS, GWC, BAMO, that compiles everybody to be able to apply for the Art of Distinction. You have to give 12, I believe it's 12 distinctions to get the district distinction. So we're working on that. We have some data that shows, I'm gonna get to that data really quick, kind of fly through this right quick. The data that shows the different art students that have applied for the District Art of Distinction at the different campuses. As you see the breakdown by campuses, the numbers on each campus that we have for the art. Lancaster Middle School Band, we want to give them a round of applause right now. They received a Division I rating. A Division I rating in sight reading, which hasn't happened in 14 years, is not an easy feat. So we want to commend Mr. Parks at the middle school, as well as our campus administrators for working with us and trying to put a plan in place. And as you see, the ratings, it speaks for itself. The kids are very excited. We're looking forward to them continuing to grow. Our Tigress dance team, of course, excellent dance team. Is the standard of excellence for dance in the state of Texas and across the world, really. Anywhere they perform, they get lots of accolades and reviews. So we are very proud of our dance team, the LHS Tigress, under direction of Ms. Quincy McBay. As you see, our drum majors, is a picture that they have at the stadium that they posted at the beginning of the year. We got pictures of cheerleaders, our dance team, but this picture of drum major stands out. All of these guys will be returning. There's only one senior in this group, so we're looking forward to a dynamic group next year. This is a picture of the first game at the Star Frisco. Excellent experience for our students. We get a chance to perform for big crowds all the time, but I think this stood out for our students to be at the Star and get this experience. As you see that crowd behind us is North Crowley, who we play the first game again next year in their stadium. And we got a lot of hand claps and accolades from their administration and their community as well. It's just a yearbook picture that's sent in from photojournalism department. Our Tiger Band this year, we have 23 seniors that will be graduating. We have over 165 students in the band. Not everyone can take the class because they have other course requirements that they have to take care of, but we have 23 students, 23 seniors that will be leaving We have 13 that receive scholarships. They have received multiple scholarship offers from Prairie View, Grambling, Southern, Texas Southern. We have Navarro College, Jackson State. We have representation. We even have students that are currently marching in the University of Texas Longhorn Band. So it's just a sign of what we are doing here in the district. We appreciate the support from the board, superintendent, and administration for continuing to provide us resources. I'd like to take this time to thank you for providing the instruments that we well overdue. We appreciate you because those instruments are just like cars. The lifelong longevity of them doesn't last that long. So we appreciate you all for reestablishing the inventory for us. As well as in early college, we have about 25 students, I believe, Ms. Tippit. She kind of gets on me a little bit. Between her and Ms. Jed and Mr. Russ, the different campus administrators on these campuses help us keep the band together. It's 3 different sections, and it's hard to keep them together. So when Bayone has to travel over and then early college has to leave from their campus, and then we got LHS, we put them together at the end to make the program up. We do have 10 students that have advanced to UIL State this year in Austin. They will be performing May 26th in Pflugerville ISD. There are 8 band students and 2 majorettes, as well as 2 choir students that will be performing. Of course, the Fine Arts always ranks in the top 10 of the classes. We've had numerous salutatorians and valedictorians from our department. Last year, we had the dance team had a couple of top 10 students. Normally, we have a lot of band students that are in the top 10, and so we like to continue that tradition that the academics parallel arts and athletics. Okay, we already kind of talked about some of the events. This is just a breakdown of our enrollment numbers. Just trying to keep the students engaged, as Coach Brown said, on the elementary level and at the GWC, trying to get a little bit more involvement with those students so they'll have more experience and are ready when they get to the secondary level. Piano, of course, is one of the programs that we offer at West Main Elementary. It carries over to GWC into the middle school. We don't offer it yet at the high school. What we kind of do is take those students one-on-one, like Oscar Garza, many of you all know him. We take them and make sure that they get the applied training that they need, and we get them registered for UIL. Just looking back, the department came a long way from last year. We've kind of changed administration and changed some things in our department, but we're continuing to grow. What we're trying to focus on moving forward is being more competitive at UIL, and then having more time to just get the experience for the students that lifelong experiences as well as music education that they can combine and be able to make critical decisions. And that's pretty much it. I thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonner. Any questions or comments, Mr. Bonner? Trustee Nichols.
Get this. Thank you so much,
yes,
Mr. Bonner, and thank you for all your service and all the years you have put in here. You actually taught my child, so I do appreciate that. My question in reference to the piano lessons, it's just offered at West Main? It's not offered for the other schools right now?
Well, currently we're not offering it at the other campuses. We do have general music teachers at every campus that do introduce piano, but it's not specifically just targeted for piano. It's more of a general music education. What we do is when we have a student that's more of a prodigy, or if those teachers kind of identify them to us, then we try to put a plan in place for after school where they can get with Mr. Hawkins or one of the other piano teachers, or even an older student like Oscar Garza who's kind of helping. But we don't offer it at every campus just yet. We're in the process of trying to get that done.
In your goals, do you all have plans to look at maybe starting band in the 4th grade at that 4th grade year?
Yes, ma'am. We've been having plans and discussions, and since Dr. Pereira's administration, actually Dr. Barker, we've talked about a couple of times where we're trying to reestablish the elementary band. At one point, a lot of districts started cutting, as you see across the state. They cut the arts. They want to cut the band. Everybody wants a band, but then they don't want to grow it. And so when we kind of stopped doing it in elementary, it did hurt our numbers a little bit. So we've been working with the general music teachers to introduce instruments as well as piano. And then when we get to 6th grade, we can kind of identify and categorize where they need to be.
Well, now you got those new instruments coming, so we're expecting great things. Thank you.
The pressure is definitely on. I appreciate it.
It sure is.
I appreciate it, definitely. We will continue to work hard as usual. Again, we lost 32 seniors last year, 23 this year. And what I pride myself is when I see them at these different college bands, and they're the section leaders, and they're the drum majors, and they're just a testament of everything that we do here at Lancaster ISD. So definitely we're looking forward to the pressure.
Thank you so much.
All right, Vice President Smith.
Mr. Bonner, you guys have done a phenomenal job. I just had a really quick question. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you guys just brought on middle school band teacher. Is that correct?
Well, actually, we just reassigned the position. He was the GWC director, and there were a couple of years where we thought about moving him up to the high school, but then administration meeting, we decided that he was going to be best placed as the head director at the middle school, and as you see the results that we're getting, and that's helping us down the line, because I just want to take this time to say that UIL sight reading is not easy at all. No. And I joke with Coach Brown all the time, you know, in 6A, 5A, basketball and football, it doesn't really change, but for the music level, it's an increase. And that list that we have to play from, a lot of times it's college level type music. So these kids are really working hard, and we appreciate that. I tell them all the time, I can never really reward you for how much work you're putting out through the year. But we definitely appreciate getting the new resources and being able to have more consultants help us out, and that's going to help us achieve the goals that we want to accomplish.
Thank you so much for that. I do recognize how difficult it is to score ones in a UIL sight reading contest. I just thought maybe, I thought it was interesting that you may have had a new person there and achieved so well, but it absolutely makes sense that you move a seasoned instructor over to that role. Yes, phenomenal move. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Bonner.
Appreciate it.
I was waiting for them to finish, so
Secretary Morris.
I just want to tell you, Mr. Bonner, I've watched you through the years, and
your mic over towards you.
I'm sorry. I watched you through the years, and we're good, and it is because, and we're shining. In the last 3 years, the performance of our students, and even that the board can see it, you know, recognizing, and I thank you and Coach King for what you all do, and under the leadership of Dr. Pereira. And thank you again.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bonner. The next item on our agenda is the Human Resources Update. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Dr. Gray to present that information to our board and our community. Dr. Gray, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Good evening, Board President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Pereira. I'm here to present the Human Resources Update for the 24-25 school year. This year, the Human Resources Department developed its own goals and visions to bring the best customer service experience to our stakeholders. Some of our goals are honesty, respectfulness, helpfulness, and being ready. Our motto is, every employee is a success in Lancaster ISD. I'd like to take this time to recognize my staff members that are here. HR staff, if you're here tonight, please stand. We've got a new staff, and they've been working really hard this year, so I appreciate that. Through diverse recruiting strategies, we've hired more teachers and non-instructional personnel for a total of 224 employees. These employees serve in many capacities to support our students and district. Our classroom instructors have been a valuable resource in helping to fill teacher vacancies. We're really proud of the work that many of them are doing with our students and on the campuses. This school year, we've hired more than 100 of these employees, and their certification is still in progress. We're excited about our continued partnership with the Dallas College Teacher Resident Program. We anticipate hiring 8 more teacher residents for the 25-26 school year. Teacher incentive allotment. Next month, we will have final numbers of teachers who will be designated for the 24-25 school year. Teacher designations are valid for 5 years and are based on multiple effective measures, which may include student achievement, classroom observations, and other performance indicators. As you can see, each year we're adding more teachers to receive designations. When our pending designations are approved for the 24-25 school year, LISD will have more than 70 teachers with TIA designations. This year, the Human Resource Department is recognizing and celebrating staff throughout the year, staff on Staff Appreciation Days. Woo! Our department honors the hard work and dedication of teachers, administrators, support staff, and other essential personnel who contribute to student success. Human Resources visits campus and departments to provide tokens of appreciation for all of their hard work. Despite our busy schedule, the Human Resource Department takes time out of its day to visit campuses and recognize teachers and staff members who exemplify humility, excellence, attitude, respect, and teamwork with our Heart Award. We recognized 11 employees in March, and we're currently collecting nominations for April. We want to ensure all of our employees are recognized for their efforts towards student achievement and district success. We are, again, continuing with our Power Up Ambassador program. These retired educators have done an outstanding job supporting our novice teachers. We have more than 23 ambassadors that proudly serve our district. To support our alternative teachers, our department hosted the Big Tiger Certification Fair in October, where 9 alternative certification programs shared information on program options and requirements. This is an intentional push to ensure our uncertified educators have what they need to become fully certified. Employee exit surveys provide employees an opportunity to share their perspective. We use this information to reflect on our practices related to the employee experience. Based on information gathered from exit surveys, most employees experienced satisfaction within the district, fluid communication on the job, and had a positive overall experience while in the district. We're happy to report significant drops related to morale concerns, lack of recognition, and community support. This year, only 1% of employees felt the community could support the district more. In actuality, our numbers did go up, and I apologize for that. So in that first column, employees felt there was cooperation with departments. That's actually 91 on the end there. And that second sentence, experienced fluid communication within department campus, that number is at the end for 24-25 is 91. So just wanted to express that. Lancaster ISD continues to lead the best Southwest school districts in teacher retention. Over the last 3 years, our average teacher turnover rate remains the lowest in the area. We're really proud of the district and the campus efforts to create cultures to retain our teachers. In addition to our district job fair, the HR team, in collaboration with other district departments, have teamed up to attend 17 university-sponsored educator career and community job fairs and hosted our own job fair. We had 18 on-the-spot letters of intent, and more offers will come from our recruitment efforts. Thank you very much.
All right. Woo! question of Dr. Gray. All right, thank you, Dr. Gray.
Yes, sir.
Next we have is technology, stadium operations update. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. Ooh, we're all awake out there, right? It's 10 o'clock, right? After 10. We have Mr. Thornhill as well as Mr. Williamson to share that information with our board and our community. Gentlemen, the floor is yours when you are ready.
Board President Jones, distinguished board, and Superintendent Dr. Pereira, we are here to present on the technology stadium operation updates. Back in March, there was a busted pipe which caused a flooding to the athletic facilities, which completely destroyed our technology equipment. If you look at the picture to the left, this is our IDF closet, which serves as our network distribution closet. This is where we house our network, which has patch panels for phones, door controllers, access point, and cabling, as you see on the right picture. This network closet also controls our indoor facility, our baseball and softball fields, and then our athletic offices, all which was completely down because of the water and the flooding issues. Once notified of the flooding, Mr. Williamson and the network team met with vendors to walk the facility to assess the total loss and develop a plan to not only restore the network, but to also ensure that we install the best equipment to support all upcoming technology upgrades. As you can see, we started first. Our first initiative was to recable while we tried to get the power back up. We ran 187 lines. You know, you got to start from the first floor all the way up to the third floor to get it back up. And Mr. Williams is going to go through all the phases we went through and all the upgrades we did to make sure we meet all the needs of all the technology upgrades we're adding to the district.
Good evening, Board President Jones, distinguished board members, and Dr. Pereira. Like Mr. Thornhill said, we did take a three-phase approach to getting the stadium back up and going. Phase one, we completed on April the 7th with our goal in mind to make sure we had fully capable to support the Special Olympics on the next day. And we got that up around midnight of that night. We worked around the clock, and I want to thank the technology team. Two of the members are back there right now to get that back up and going. And that was completed, network was restored, and we were able to support the Special Olympics. And as you see in the picture, we replaced every network equipment in that closet. Phase two actually began last Thursday, and we took our opportunity to build a brand new network that has never been had at the stadium before. It's the first wireless network that we've had at the indoor. And if you look at the pictures, we installed brand new access points in all those locations. That's brand new. So total coverage in the indoor now for the girls' locker room, the coach's office, and it's going to be wall-to-wall coverage. And then also we completed restoring the athletic office last Friday, so they're able to move back in their offices this week. And then our last phase of the project is we're going to make the stadium faster. Right now it's currently a 1 gig network. We're going to up that to 10 gigs here in the next week, and that project will start on Monday. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Any questions? Secretary Morris?
Was the damage covered under our insurance?
Yes, it was covered in our insurance.
Thank you.
All right, no other questions. Thank you, gentlemen. The next item on our agenda is the February 2025 financial report. Dr. Pereira.
Thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call forward Ms. Dana Mosley to share that information with our board and our community.
She ran up there.
I know. Ms. Mosley, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Board President, board members, and Dr. Pereira. This evening, I present the February 2025 financial report. A full version of this report is uploaded in Diligent for your viewing. The first slide represents the property taxes collected for February 2025. The total net payments to the entity is $6,214,346.33. The next slide represents basically an income statement, where it's the revenues we collected for the month of February year to date, and then the expenditures we have expended year to date as of February 2025. This next slide is the top 10 drivers of the general fund revenue. The top two drivers, the first one is taxes, and the second one is the formula foundation funding that we get from the TEA. The next slide are the top 10 expenditures in the district. The top two are instruction, which 85% of those are salaries, and then plant and maintenance and operations. which is for the repair of our buildings and the upkeep of our buildings. The next slide is the food service financial statement. This is the representation of the revenues we collect from the meals we claim, and then the expenditures we expend. Majority of our expenditures are paid to a third-party vendor. The next slide is the debt service financial statement for 2025. This month, February and August, we pay our bond payments. So you'll see in the month of February, we paid $23 million for our bond payments. Within this payment, we paid off we refunded one of our bonds and paid it off. And this allowed us to achieve a direct savings of $5,521,454 for the districts and its taxpayers. Since 2021, LISD has prepaid $27.395 million of its existing bonds, which has saved taxpayers $22,294,050. I'm gonna repeat that. LISD has prepaid $27.395 million of its existing bonds since 2021, which has saved the taxpayers $22,294,050. The next slide is our investment reconciliation report. The district currently has two investment pools, Lone Star and Tex pools. We have our funds going into the investment pools so we can get interest on the revenues we collect. We have general fund, debt service, a little money in capital projects, child nutrition, and those are our totals for the month of February. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I guess there are no questions. All right, well, the next item on our agenda is the adoption of the consent agenda. We have approval of the following minutes: March 27th, 2025, regular board meeting, and the approval of the 2024-25 financial audit engagement. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented?
Mr. President, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
A second.
I have a motion by Trustee Hamilton, second by Vice President Smith. Any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, check your devices, prepare to cast your vote.
Trustee Jones?
Trustee Whitfield.
I don't know what it's doing, but it appears that I clicked on abstain and my intentions was to click on no.
Okay. Ms. Allen, can you amend her vote?
Mr. Cluis, whenever you're ready. Thank you, Lancaster ISD Board of Trustees. I have 6 in favor, and I have 1. Trustee Whitfield, no. Motion carried.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is discussion and possible approval of CTE innovation courses for high school. Dr. Pereira.
Yes, thank you, President Jones. I'm going to call for Ms. Murray to bring that exciting information to our board and our community. Ms. Murray, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Board President Jones, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Pereira. I come to you this evening to ask for approval of additional innovative courses to be offered at BAMO and LHS. Please be reminded that innovative courses are state-approved courses for elective credit and/or endorsement requirements if it's applicable. We're asking for approval of these proposed innovative courses: general employability skills, student to industry connection, principles of community service, and social and community service. These four are CTE innovative courses, and this will also help to forward our efforts in ensuring that our students graduate with knowledge and skills necessary to succeed post-graduation. And then we also are asking for approval for this innovative course, which is not a CTE course, but again, a state-approved elective credit course, School to College, which will provide us the space and opportunity to ensure that we do those activities with our students, such as scholarship applications, essay writing, those types of things for college applications as well in this space. I will answer any questions. If not, we are definitely asking for approval for these innovative courses to be offered in Lancaster ISD. Thank you.
Thank you very
Trustee
much.
Jones, I make a
Ms.
motion
Murray.
that we approve the innovation courses to offer at BAMO and LHS.
Okay, we have a motion made by Trustee Whitfield. Do I have a second by Trustee Cluis? Any discussion? Hearing none, check your devices to cast your votes.
Trustee Whitfield, whenever you're ready. Thank you, Trustee Whitfield. Thank you, distinguished board. According to the results, motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda are the announcement of board members' continuing education credits. And I will do the honor under State Board of Education rule, completing required continuing education each year of service is a basic obligation and expectation on any sitting board member. As board president, I am required to announce the name of each member who has completed the required continuing education, has exceeded the required continuing education, and is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. The requirements for training are measured as of the first anniversary of the date of the trustee's election or appointment, or 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 8 training areas of board member continuing education. 1, local district orientation. 2, orientation to the Texas Education Code. 3, post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. 4, team building. 5, additional continuing education. 6, evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. 7, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. 8, school safety. To the extent applicable for each board member, I will announce the completion or deficiency as to required training. At the conclusion of this announcement, I will announce any board member's training in excess of the continuing education requirements. Local district orientation. The following first-year board member has completed the local district orientation training: Trustee Queenie Nichols. Orientation of the Texas Education Code. The following first-year trustee, I'm sorry, we don't need to do that one. The following first-year trustee has completed the orientation of the Texas Education Code: Trustee Queenie Nichols. Then we will go into the next one, team building. The following board members have completed the annual team building. Will be Secretary Carolyn Morris, Trustee Darrell Cluis, Vice President Kendall Smith, Trustee Marion Hamilton, myself, President Ty G. Jones, and Trustee Queenie Nichols. The following board member is deficient in meeting the required annual team building training, Trustee Tamika Whitfield. The next one, evaluating student performance, evaluating and improving student outcomes. All trustees are complete. The item for child abuse prevention, Trustee Nichols, Secretary Morris, Trustee Cluis, Vice President Smith, Trustee Hamilton, myself are complete. The trustee deficient is Trustee Whitfield.
That's not correct.
Continuing education that exceeds additional continuing education. We have exceeding those hours. We have Queenie Nichols with a total of 28.75 hours. Secretary Morris with 23.75 hours. Trustee Cluis with 40 hours. Vice President Smith was 26.25 hours. Trustee Hamilton with 21.5 hours. Trustee Whitfield with 34 hours. And myself with 28.25 hours. And that concludes the report of the hours. Any questions, comments there?
Yes, Trustee Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
The area where you're stating that it's not completed, that's not correct.
On the report
What
before
exactly
me,
is needed to get that updated?
on the report before me, dated, X was created, it was run today, and this is coming from TASB. It shows you are deficient in school safety, deficient in child abuse prevention, and deficient in team building. If you have other records to report that, please submit those to Ms. Allen.
My understanding that information is available, it is reported over, but I will share it again. And I also shared additional 13 hours. I believe that was sent over yesterday, but those are completed. That was completed a long time ago. But yes, I will go ahead and share that information again.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The next item on our agenda is the board action to nominate a trustee from Lancaster ISD School Board for the Region 10 Position A or Region 10 Position B seat on the TASB Board of Directors. The existing members, I believe I got this information to you guys last board meeting. If anyone is interested in that, we can consider making a nomination. If no one is, we don't have to. And the next item will be going over our reminders. Okay. Hearing none, we will move to our reminders. We have the 2025 Summer Leadership Institute in San Antonio, June 11th through the 14th. And it will also be in Fort Worth, June 18th through the 21st. We have the TASB EdCon Conference will be in Houston, Texas, September 11th through the 14th. And we have the CUBE Conference, which will be held in Los Angeles, California, September 11th through the 13th. Those are our reminders. The next item on our agenda is adjournment. The time is 10:36 p.m. I move that we are adjourned. I second and third it. All right, we are so adjourned at 10:36.